All right, good evening. It is July 19th, 2021. The time is 6:08 p.m. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Argyle ISD Board of Trustees. At this time, we will determine if a quorum is present.
Leona McDade, present.
Jeff Williams, present.
Richie Effenball, present.
Craig Hawksworth, present.
John Bitter, present.
I, Sam Slavin, present. We do have a quorum established. The time is 6:09 p.m. and we will adjourn to executive session. All right, the time is 7:38 p.m. We have returned from executive session. We will have the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We'll have a moment of silence at this time. Okay. All right. We do not have any action items from closed session, so we'll now go on. Any special recognition this evening?
We don't.
Okay. We'll go on to the consent agenda. Greg, can you pull up the donations for me, please?
Do we have anybody wanting to speak?
The speakers?
Did anybody sign up to speak?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. All right. We have a donation from AEBC in the amount of $9,839. That is split $5,936 and $3,903 for Argyle football to be used for a sideline helmet repair workstation and a helmet/shoulder pad sideline trunk. From Kristen Marks, OM Operations LLC, $1,800 to Hilltop Elementary PE, received 60 yoga mats. Total donations are $11,639. All right. Does anyone have any questions on any of the items on the consent agenda?
Well, I mean, she was trying to answer one of my questions. I was more a budget thing about the difference. I know we were talking about the student nutrition piece, the revenue versus expenditures, and I know we did a budget amendment last month, but the combined funds, I think on pages 1 and 2 on the general operating fund.
What are you under? Which
It's
one?
under the consent agenda,
The
under
8K budget amendment.
no, maybe the monthly finance report.
I think it's the finance report.
Yeah, it's the finance
Oh,
report.
roll back up.
She's looking at it's
Right
total
here.
page number
8C.
11.
8C.
Okay, monthly finance report.
I guess I was just trying to reconcile those numbers.
So the combined funds has our general fund, which is $199, the child nutrition, student nutrition, which is $240, and the interest and sinking, which is $511. Those three funds on it. And
Right.
it's a combination of the two. If you want to go to page 11 of the PDF. Okay, I think this is.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Mhm.
So this gives a look at, these are all of the, board-approved budgeted funds. And so you get on the report before this gave a little more detail. This
Right.
one just gives the overview of, you get revenue on this page, and on the second page you get, expenses.
Expenditures.
And so you see just a line there for general fund, and the reason it has two is we do have that in that 7,000 fund, or 7,000, object code. That is our, extraordinary item that came in under our insurance that we amended our budget for last month.
Okay.
So that's kind of an odd thing that we don't see every year. It's just we had that large insurance claim, so that is a little, separate than our normal 5,000 revenue line items.
Okay.
And then you've got your, child nutrition, the student nutrition there. And the second line on that 7,000, that's where we amended our budget last month to put the 100,000 in, that will be moved from general fund if needed.
Okay.
And then the next one is our debt service funds, and we've got, our main to the budgeted funds this time. That was with the help of our auditors working through that process, this past week.
Okay.
The second page, can you go to the next page now? Yes, that one, thank you. So this again, this is not the detailed line items like you had in the report before this. This just is a summary. So you have, the general fund, the, 6,000 are all of the budgeted expenditures.
Mhm.
The 8,000 is that 100,000 that, is what we budgeted for going to, student nutrition. You've got the total student nutrition line item of 6,000, and again, the 8,000 there is blank, that's the zero line item right now. And then you've got the, debt service again, the expenditures that are offset against the revenue on the previous page there. And that's just the sum of that budget. And if you look at the report that was before this one, it breaks it down into, functions, which is
Right.
how you actually approve it as a board. This is just a higher overview.
Overall. Okay. I guess the number that I was looking at was probably on the other report. This is combined. The
Yes.
general operating fund, it's the other, I don't know if it's above that.
It would just-
There's
that-
general operating.
Page 11.
Yeah, but this is the
Keep
combined
scrolling
funds.
down a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, other way.
Yeah,
Go back
it's
up
the
to
other way.
We wanna keep going up
Keep
a little
going.
bit.
It's the pretty looking one.
Oh, are you talking about the, one with the colors on it?
Yeah, I think so.
The last two pages.
Of the entire document.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Yeah, it was after all the checks, I remember that. Yeah,
Yes.
pretty one.
Okay, so you have a revenue here, this is only general fund, and we break it a little, down a little bit for you
Okay.
here. You get
Gotcha.
a previous year look,
Okay.
You get a fiscal year 19, a fiscal year 20, we put the budgeted, what's the actual current budget
Right.
here, and then where we're actually at for that point in time and these are as of June 30th.
Okay,
And we have all the revenues broken down for general fund into each line item. And then on the second page, we have the expenditures. And now, these look a little different. You actually approve the budget by function,
right,
but historically, we've always provided this breakdown as well, where it's all functions combined. And it gives, some details in the payroll categories.
right.
And then also in our other expenditures as far as contracted supplies, the 6400s, which is the travel insurance and other, and then the 6600s, which are the capital outlay.
So the student nutrition's not in here?
No, ma'am, that
Okay.
one's not on there.
All right, that
This one is
explains that.
only general fund.
Okay, that explains that. Okay, then the number I saw doesn't have anything to do with the other.
Okay,
Okay, I got it.
okay.
I get it, thanks. Appreciate it.
Any other questions on the consent items?
Yeah,
That one you can answer.
Liz, sorry, can I ask a question about the renewal of insurance?
Yes, sir.
Who determines, what was used to determine the 46% increase in overall property value from one year to the next?
So the biggest increase on that is the addition of our phase 2, and we turn in actual construction costs, to add that to the facility. They will come out every 2 years, I believe, and they actually walk the sites and look at and do an appraisal. And so they do a small reappraisal on the years they don't walk the site, which was this year. But the biggest addition was turning in those construction costs of the actual cost of that facility. And so we turn in, Jeff's gonna help me with this number off the top of my head, I think, construction costs on phase 2.
61.5 million, something like that.
Right, and that's the largest portion of that increase.
So that's the ad valorem, or the TAV that it adds?
No, ma'am, that's the, property value, we're talking about insurance, on
Oh,
our
for
property that
insurance,
we own.
okay, gotcha.
And so the amount that is covered, the covered property total value, we wanna make sure that we have total costs covered.
Mm.
If there were a total facility loss, we've gotta have enough coverage to completely refurbish the building or reconstruct the building. And so that's where the majority of that increase came in. We have not added admin yet, and we have not added, of course, elementary 3, cause we won't add those until they're complete. But this was only phase 2.
And
which
that
the
is,
majority of it.
so they're, I don't know if it called it appraised cost. It just said property value, right?
I do believe some of the coverage.
So their property value is based, they're basing it solely on the 60 million or whatever number we turned in.
For the original
And they're saying that
cost.
was half again as much value as the district already had.
If you will give me just a second, I can pull
Well,
up the previous value and, cause we went through that over the phone on the
It just seems like it. It's really, I mean, it basically says the phase 2 was
phase 2 is.
half as much value as the entire district's existing property.
It is quite a bit of value as far as the cost as of today.
And it's
What was
replacement
historically-
cost, right?
What
It's-
was historically, that's correct, on our books.
So what
If you
replacement
look
cost
at
are they?
phase 1, I believe the construction cost was closer to
Should be
40-ish.
Mm-hmm, that's exactly
Phase
what I was
2
thinking.
is 60 something million, so the phase 2 was quite a bit more than just the phase 1 in itself.
And then Hilltop wasn't that high either.
Alright, so,
You're telling me phase 2 is 60 million,
we had
40, almost 50% of the
308,000
current value?
Before it?
Sorry.
in 308,000, in 2021, and we bumped up to, and then, sorry, not
308.
there, millions.
308.
Then we bumped up to 518. No, 5,180,000.
So that's increased cost of replacement of the existing campuses plus the 60 or so we turned in.
So I'm trying to read my notes here without.
So the replacement cost wasn't the
Sorry,
whole
I'm
46%.
telling you actual
it was
cost, I'm
just-
telling you actual cost of
The increase,
The property value increase is
property
40.
We're looking at the value, so in
Yeah.
2021, we had $1,670,288 in value as far as being insured value. We moved to $244,516,943.
So 60 million in new construction and 20 million in increased property value.
That's about it.
20 million.
'Cause
And it was
the
originally
jump is-
1.6. So 8% increase in property value on existing property.
So the value went up 77, right around 77 million is what the property value that we're insuring has gone up.
From
The
last year.
majority from last year, the majority of that being phase 2
Right, so
construction.
because you've got 16 million in property value increase.
Property value increase.
Right.
And then
Right,
new
cause
construction.
you've got replacement
It
value.
just seems like a big,
It's a
46%.
It's larger than anything we've seen historically.
and we don't think any of that is, did they change their rates as a result of Snowmageddon and all that? I mean, I know they love to talk about how much money they have in their coffers,
Right,
but
no, as far as, yes, so I can tell you, of course, the lines that they was trending with building materials and different things like that, they're adding and covering on their end as far as what it would cost them to cover it. But as far as a single increase in a year, this is the largest we've seen, but it's also the largest amount of property we've added to the insurance
Right.
coverage for 1 year. We're looking at, a rate of your cost, so it's cost divided by 100 and then multiply that by a factor of 0.2120. And so that's our factor, is the 0.2120, to get what it would cost us to insure, the buildings.
Because
On any new
without
additions.
phase 2, the appraisal of the district went up $16 million.
property value.
Without phase 2, we
In
were
1
going,
year.
Yeah.
we were going to, cause we do have a renewal quote before phase 2 was added. So the cost in 2021 was 308,000. The cost without adding phase 2 was 381,000. The cost with adding phase 2 is 518,000. So yes, significant increase in there and going in and adding phase 2 in there. Now, there's some other cost
So almost
increases,
a
but they were
30%
not as
increase
major
without
on-
phase
We had
2.
some cost increases on our fleet
It's almost a
insurance, we had cost
30%
increases
increase
on our
just in
liability
existing-
Just in
insurance,
existing
on
property.
every piece of insurance in there, our workers' comp insurance.
Yeah.
The majority of that increase is property increase coverage.
And was it 2 years ago we moved to DASB? We haven't been, we weren't.
We've been with TASB for property and liability, since before I was here, I
Oh.
believe. Now,
Did we just move something to them?
we moved workers' comp.
Okay.
So TASB put out, renewal notices, and they told us a year in advance that if they would only offer us a combined coverage. So we had to move our workers' comp there if we wanted to keep the rest of our insurance there. So it's an all or none coverage for us right now. It's either everything bundled together, or we can go out and look for different pieces within.
Have we ever, I mean, I'm sure you've done that homework in the past to look at.
We have in the past, we have not this year.
Okay.
And there's very few that are in the school insurance game for everything, insurance property, if you wanna look at all of them. Now, you can piece it together, of course. We can look at, if you take workers' compensation insurance coverage out of that, then you can, look at those individually, and then you can quote, property liability and everything else. We do have some historical claims that hurt us on quoting. We have some recent ones, and we have some current ones that we're going through. It's not to say we couldn't quote it, it's just to say that those are on our most recent history. And one issue with that.
Meaning if we go outside of TASB.
That you're gonna have a rate increase regardless.
We got a 30% rate increase.
I know, but it's probably gonna be commensurate with anything you got outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not saying this is not a large increase. It is a very large increase, but again, the majority of it comes from addition of property on our coverage.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the consent items? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
I'll make that motion.
All right, Mr. Deffenbaugh, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, Jeff? Unless you're going to defer to Keith and let Keith present.
Sure. Now I've got 2 construction reports tonight, but I'm gonna go ahead and give you an update on our admin building and the renovations we were doing at 377 campus. While this one is loading, it's a little slow. So administration building, we've been working through an amended site plan process with the town of Flower Mound. Just got emailed this morning that they have approved that. We're just waiting on the letter documenting that from them now. So we should have that tomorrow. So that project should start picking up much quicker. In the meantime, they've been stocking materials for that. So we've practically got a building in a box right now ready to go. So I expect to see some fast activity once they get back out there and start.
So can I ask a question?
Yes.
I know that it had to do, the holdup had to do with the band
Practice.
parking lot, or no parking, sorry.
Right, practice field.
lot. And that was because it wasn't put in the right place, and so, I'm sorry to ask this, but do we incur extra expenses while we've been waiting? And if so, as a result of that, who covers that?
Well, that's something we're gonna have to work through. I do expect to see some extra expenses presented, but
From
they haven't
the contractor for the admin?
for admin.
Okay,
He hasn't mentioned it yet, but I'm kind of expecting something. So I'm just waiting until I get that, and then that will be something we've got to talk about with the other contractor at that point, if they present it.
And so if it's presented, hasn't the other contractor said they would, if I remember, there was a meeting where they said they would
Freeman said
Up
handle
to
it?
a certain amount.
Yeah.
We were taking care of hard cost is what that conversation was around. So we've got hard costs with engineering on the admin project, and even that hasn't been billed yet, and they will cover up to that. I think it was $21,000.
Maybe it was that high.
I think it was up to
It
21. So that would be hard cost.
So is that something that you, assuming, well, not assuming, if the current contractor for administration comes back with extra incurred costs, that's something that you'll work on a closeout of phase 2 with?
Yes,
That contractor?
that's a meeting we'll have to have with them to see how we resolve that
Okay.
equitably. I mean, I can't just take funds away from them, or so I'm not quite sure how that would work out unless they're just making a donation,
Yeah,
and that may be the only way that works. I don't know.
okay. I just want to make sure it's on the list.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I don't want to encourage it, so I'm just I'm gonna wait and see if they present some to me. I mean, we do talk about the extended time, which they will get in equal amount of time to finish the project, but they may or may not submit extended general conditions cost.
And there's
Okay.
an expected completion was March on the admin.
Yes,
Okay.
the latest schedule I've seen is March, but of course we've been working through this site plan process, so that's probably added some time. But again, with everything being stored, it can construct a lot faster is what I'm hoping for. I've never had one where we just had everything delivered and waiting, so.
Okay.
And it's a good thing during these times right now, because we're even getting some delays in phase 2 that I'll talk about here in just a minute with some materials that we had already ordered a long time ago. As far as renovations, I'll just go over those real quick. At 377, they are wrapping up the vestibule work this week. They should be near 100%. We may lack floor, something like that, but they're finishing the walls. They'll get it painted. Got a couple of rooms still to paint. Library's got a little bit of painting left. But the contractor's done real good with getting everything else painted, and all the hallways, cafeteria, all the gyms, new gym floors in. So that job has gone well this summer. It's going to be kind of down to the wire, but don't worry, Scott, they're going to get it done. Over at Hilltop, same thing. They're finishing the vestibule this week. They've got some concrete removed out front. If anybody's been by there, they're planning to pour that this week as well. And in the back, we've got to fill in the old fish pond that was back there. So again, that project is going very well. They're going to change rooftop units out tomorrow, which is cafeteria, gym, and one other area. And we get the new boilers from the Snowmageddon event replaced tomorrow as well. Any questions on those? All right. So first report I've got tonight is for elementary number 3. So contractor's been out there working about a month now, maybe a little over. So we've got the site clear. They're working on utility installation now, building the building pads. So in the photo on the right, you can actually start to see the building footprint itself taking shape in the dirt as they build the pad for that. All the pier steel has been delivered, so they're tying pier cages. So they'll start drilling some piers soon. This slide, again, you can see the outline of the building and here's the outline of the building. Pier steel's been delivered to tying cages. Won't see a lot of vertical activity for a while yet. This is probably still another couple of months for the grading, foundation work, utilities, getting fire lanes and parking in, at which point the town allows us to go vertical. Some key milestones that they have put together for us here is they're planning first slab pour mid-September. Expect to go vertical in about 2 months, around October, which it'll be structural steel first, followed by metal studs. And then they're looking at having us in the dry around February, which is good. They usually say being in the dry, you got about 90 days or so to 120 to finish a building. So this is showing on track for timely completion at this point. Look ahead, again, they're going to continue with site utilities, excavation, grading, building pad preparation, and pier drilling. That's what they'll be working on for a while.
Greg, Jeff, does that construction deadline seem aggressive to you?
It does seem aggressive with getting started a little bit later than we wanted, but they, again, have been pre-ordering some of the materials, so we're expecting to avoid some of the delays that others may be seeing, because we did get out there just ahead of the structural steel issue that a lot of people are facing right now. So while it's a long delivery time, lead time on that, they did get it procured early in the process. So I think they can do this, barring any unforeseen circumstances.
Obviously, completion of July, that's pushing up into
It's definitely later than we preferred,
August,
but
so.
as long as it's not completion on August, in August.
Right.
They're very confident.
So we've already discussed accelerating once we get to that point that we can, and doing that early versus doing it later, because it's always earlier to do that at the beginning and then be able to relax versus, oh, we have 2 weeks left, let's hurry up now.
I know we had extra crews over at West during construction. Does Flower Mound have any issues with that, or special permitting to get double shifts? Or
Oh, as far as time, yes,
Yeah.
they do. Although once you're in the building and you have people in the building, it's generally really not much of an issue. Although, yes, we still are under their rules as far as times that we're allowed to work, which I believe is 7 to 7 and then 8 to 5 on Saturday.
Okay.
But once we get the structure up and we're in the building, they usually really don't give you too much grief.
Okay.
Ready for that second one? Any other questions on elementary 3? This one may take just a minute to load as well.
You won't have the library design to contend with in this one, in the elementary school.
Oh, the library design, the round library? No, we do not. It has 90-degree
I
corners.
don't know how to do it now.
Well, this would be a new contractor though, so it'd be a
Oh,
new,
got another
new
learning
learning,
curve.
so. Square corners.
Pogue. It's Pogue.
So out at phase 2, things are looking very well right now. Here you can see a picture of all the
This one.
practice fields, turf field, tennis courts, which have recently been completed. They are continuing to install the landscape and irrigation systems, working immediately adjacent to all the building areas now.
That looks like an artist rendition. That's actually the
It-
tennis courts?
It is.
It's
It
too clean.
does almost not look like a photo. Yes. They keep the
True.
gate locked because
Mhm, they're
that
that clean.
contractor will not let anybody on that court until he turns it over. So that's why it looks so good. They are continuing on some sidewalks. They're all but done, pouring the last few sections that have been left out for gate installations and other reasons. They have a pour scheduled tomorrow for a lot of that. In the fine arts area on the right, photo of the auditorium as it looks today. They've got the stage wood floor installed. It hasn't been painted yet. The tile is nearing completion, which is the dark gray down here. All of the wood grain has been applied to the drywall on the ceilings and walls. Seating has arrived, and they are starting on installation. I believe we've got all of the seating on site for the auditorium.
What is total seating capacity of this auditorium?
850,
850.
What's our current?
713.
Okay, so it's not substantially.
I'm surprised they didn't make it bigger.
And then the photo on the left is just a shot looking down the corridor. In this photo, you've got
Think about it.
the band and choir hall to your right, and to the left is the auditorium in that photo. Here we've got a photo of the new gym with the wood floor installation progressing. They've actually got the entire wood floor nailed down at this point. This is about a 4 or 5 day old photo. So the next step in that will be to sand and finish, and then they'll paint game lines, logo, sidelines. They are still installing the seating. This is one of the materials that we got a real late notice on. They ran out of the resin, and they blamed the snow event and everything else. So we're now expecting the remainder of our seats delivered about August the 16th. So we can use the gym. The floor will be done, but we won't be able to have the spectators because the seating
So
won't be
what do we
complete.
do with sports that are starting before school starts? Are they gonna play in the current high school?
We have
Volleyball is going to stay
Stay over here.
over at here for now, and then I don't think they have any games until September that are home games.
Okay.
So I think we're going to be in good shape. All of the basketball goal equipment is installed. You can see 4 of them in this photo. Wall pads should be arriving this week to be installed. And then the stainless steel countertop note, that is at the new concessions area. So they've got the stainless steel counters installed there. Some of the interior renovation work we're doing. On the right is a photo of the old stage that we're now expanding to become usable cafeteria space. So they've got all the new lighting and ceilings installed. Once they get their sprinkler inspection, they'll start covering that ceiling up. This old plywood floor you see here, we'll get new VCT flooring installed on it. Photo on the left is the old band hall. This is an area where some of the old practice rooms have been removed that we're looking at in this photo. So they're just finishing out the sheetrock with a fur down and a new ceiling. And that's got about another week and it'll be complete. In the locker rooms, I don't have a photo of that, but they have started the renovations in there with some demolition and removing some of the existing lockers, and we're actually going to move some around.
What are you all doing with the old band hall?
The old band hall becomes the percussion hall.
Okay.
Here we've got some photos of the classroom. The corridor connectors to the existing are actually complete. They just need a final clean at this point. In the field house, they've got probably 98% of the lockers are installed. There's a few varsity football lockers coming tomorrow, and then one section of the girls' locker room that they're building those in the shop, and then they'll bring them out assembled and install them this week. The photo on the right is the team meeting rooms. So this is a large open room, but we've got these operable wall panels in here. So we can actually divide this room up into 4 rooms, 2 rooms, 3 rooms, whatever they need for their different team meetings. Plunge pool, they're finishing all the final checkout of it, and we'll have a training scheduled for one day, week after next, to go through that. And then flooring contractor has about 2 more days, and we'll have all the floors installed there. I don't have a photo, and they didn't take one since they're not doing it, but the rubber floor has been going in for the last week in the weight room. So I went through there today. They're putting the logos on. We'll have a logo in a different color in front of each station, each piece of equipment. So once those are glued, which they probably finished today, they'll put the top layer on. It's a 2-layer system. And so they'll finish that by Wednesday when the weight equipment will start arriving. Here's the snapshot on their scheduled dates. Not a whole lot left to snapshot, but we've got some residential appliances arriving late this week. Some of the new sound rooms are not going to arrive till end of the month. But in the meantime, they will start reassembling the ones that we removed. Remainder of gym seating is about 8:15 at this point. We hope they'll better that by about a week. Area B, this is just a canopy on the outside of the building in the front of the auditorium. It'll arrive 8:15. Marquee sign has been ordered. They are doing the construction on it. So we may have a banner on there temporarily while we wait on the actual marquee sign, just something that says Argyle High School. The building letters should be changed by then. I think that will start this week. So we'll at least have the name on the building. This BDA system you see here with the October delivery date, that's stands for bi-directional antenna. This is an item that the Town of Flower Mound Fire Department required is to allow their 2-way radio communication to function within such a large building. But they've already said that we'll be able to occupy and get our CO because they know that this is ordered incoming and that this system will be operational. And last item here, the visitor locker room that we created under the visitor side bleachers. With the material shortages and things in the market today, the lockers are not going to be here until late December, so we're going to use temporarily what we have out there and then have to change that out for the full height varsity lockers when we can get these So right now, it looks like probably a Christmas break project there. Look ahead would be finished fine arts seating, getting their finals. They have some scheduled for tomorrow. I believe that will include all fire sprinkler and some of the fire alarm. Finishing up work inside the existing building, that's the renovations. We should see that wrap up in about 2 weeks, other than the winger, sound rooms, caulking and striping of all our parking lots, getting ready for school will be complete. Final clean, we've got our crew over there. We'll start waxing everywhere we can now. Owners training will start this week, and then of course we are finishing up our furniture installs and our moves. We moved athletics today to the field house, distributed the rest of the furniture. So right now we're tracking well to have school.
You know, mentioning about the parking, how much parking will we have ready to go relative to what we have at our old high school?
I don't know what's at the old high school. The new one is about 780. I want to say it's probably in the area of 100 to 150 more than the existing, probably. But I know it's going to run out pretty quick as we grow.
Yeah.
So one of the things we will start looking at as soon as we get moved in is seeing where possible expansion of parking lots can happen, which we actually have already looked at. So we'll start running some numbers on that, and you know, I don't know how quick that project will come up, but it's already been requested by campus.
How's the work on that back entrance, the one that we added?
The office,
The office.
they drilled the piers today,
Okay.
so it has finally started.
So we got everything from Flower Mound that we needed?
We got everything from Flower Mound, and we were having trouble getting the pier truck out there for, it's either 3 or 4 piers,
Mm.
but that actually happened today, so.
Okay. That'll be ready?
That will not be ready for school.
Will not be ready?
No, that will take longer than the next 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks.
It's coming up fast.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Is the 377 campus marquee being replaced as well?
We have plans to replace that marquee. We're actually in negotiations, if you will, with Point Bank. They're wanting to help us with that project, so we haven't set a meeting or finalized any details, but it looks like they're going to be helping us with providing that new marquee. And again, in the meantime, I think we have plans to hang a banner to cover that Argyle High School at the top, just to get it identified. And it does have to be demolished because it is on TxDOT property at this point. So we will actually have to move it back, I'm going to say approximately 30 feet.
With that TxDOT acquisition, are we going to lose any more trees along there?
I'm trying to remember if there's a tree out there now. No, we have the dead tree out there that they cut down. I don't think we lose any more trees. I think there are none on the piece that we sold to them,
Okay.
other than that, the dead one.
Any other questions for Jeff? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Wright.
Okay, we're going forward with face-to-face only instruction on August 16th. Masks are optional for everyone, so we're hoping to have a level of engagement from the community and a level of engagement from the parents that we were unable to attain in the 2021 school year. So we're very excited about that. We're doing residency checks using the July electric bills, and those are going to be virtual again this year because it went so well last year. We have an administrative retreat planned next week where goals for the year from all the departments are shared, and where everyone has an opportunity to talk about what expectations their department has from the other departments. We also have a new Eagle Academy beginning on the 29th and lasting 4 days. We have over 100 new employees this year. And we had planned to do ribbon cutting in September on the 25th, but we have several board members unable to attend at that time. So we're looking at the possibility of moving that to the second of October, like mid-afternoon. That's all I have.
Okay. Dr. Seaver?
Okay, so as promised, our STAR EOC results summary for the 2021 spring semester 2020-2021 school year. So what I have here is, so if you remember, for all of the tests, there's 3 levels of mastery, so to speak. So approaches is considered passing, approaches, and then meets, and then masters. So meets actually stands for meets grade level. Approaches is passing, and meets and masters are higher performance. So on the left of each column, I have our percentage in Argyle ISD, and then in parentheses, I have how much higher we scored than the state average. So you can see, if you look at approaches, meets, and masters for all of the reading tests, all of the math, all of the science, all of the social studies, that we're considerably higher than the state tests, in some areas 49 percentage points. So we're very pleased with how our students and our teachers performed this year on the STAR and EOC test.
That's awesome.
Scroll to the next page. So the next 2 pages are, so I did a reading comparison and a math comparison for you, like I always do, showing you the different grade levels over the past. Normally I just do 3 years, but I included 4 because 2020 there were no tests. So if you look, just like for example, 3rd grade, so I did approaches, meets, and masters. Those are percentages there. So if you look, like for example, 5th grade in the first box there, 5th grade reading approaches. If you just follow that straight across, you see 97% in 2018, and then 5th grade, 96%, didn't test in 20, and then in 21, 92%. But they're color-coded. If you follow them diagonally, you can see how that cohort of kids performed as they went up the grade levels. So, like if you follow the orange, when those 5th graders were in, when those students were in 5th grade in 2018, they scored 97%. And then the next year when they took the 6th grade test, 83%, and so forth and so on. Does that make sense? So I did that for approaches, meets, and masters. So we're gonna scroll down. One more page. Yeah. Okay, and so then this, I included the number of students tested, so you can see how much how many more students were testing each year. So same thing, if you look across, like 6th grade, number of students tested in 18 was 214, and then 249, and then 293. But then if you follow them color-coded up diagonally, you can see how much that cohort of kids grew each from the time they took the 5th grade test, the 6th grade test, the 8th grade test.
If we went backwards, looking at the previous 2 pages, when you're looking at approaches, meets, masters, for both math and reading, what do you all look at? Do you place more emphasis on the approaches number or the meets number? Kind of what is it that you kind of think you're gearing up for? You're trying to get certain levels.
So I think most importantly, we're looking at growth for each student. So our students are also on there, when they get their results, they're provided a growth measure.
Okay.
So all of this is part of accountability, right? So we get a certain number, points for approaches, of course more for meets, more for masters, but we also get points for growth. So we want to see growth for each student. So we can, if a student in 2019, maybe they didn't score approaches, and maybe they didn't score approaches in 2021, but they grew this much, like we consider that a success, right? So they're moving in the right direction. We also look at, if we had a student who was scoring masters maybe they even still scored masters, or maybe they were meets and they still scored meets, but we see that they're moving in the other direction, then those are things that we want to work on. So
So do you have data? I mean, just like curiosity, the percent who have grown, the percent of our students who have gone from approaches to meets or gone closer from meets to masters?
Yes, I could put that together. Yes.
Okay. And then the other question I had was, are there any numbers here that you're very proud of, or surprised by, or concerned about?
Well, of course, anytime we see, a decrease in scores from the prior year, we're concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But when you take into consideration what last year looked like, we're pleased with all of our scores. So, pleasantly surprised if you look at. Can you scroll back up the other one more page? So if you look at English 1 and 2,
Yes.
so if you see that in 21, in this year of this pandemic, our scores are higher than they were in 2019. And it's the same for some of them. When you look at like English 2, that's the same for meets, and then masters 2. So, when you see those higher percentages, or like we're double digits above the state in masters, that's those percentages generally, when you look at those state numbers, are pretty low. So to be double digits above that is, I think, pretty impressive.
Yeah, you've got some really good, I printed it out and I was going through it. You've got some really great areas of progress, all things considered. Teachers and principals did a great job, holding their own and progressing even beyond that in most areas. So
Yes.
got a couple to pay attention to, but that's not unusual, in any group. But I'm tickled pink. I went through them and they're like, wow, that's awesome.
Yes, our campuses, our students, and our teachers, our principals did really, really well. Any other questions?
All right. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this Pam and Rick together, or just Rick?
They've got separate presentations, so Rick's going to do the communications and updating, and Pam's going to do the marketing.
Okay.
All right.
Trustees, Dr. Wright, thank you for this opportunity to talk about our communications update and kind of look back at the year that we had and kind of look at forward to some of the projects and ideas we have moving forward. And I'll just start with the mission statement for the department. It's dedicated to serving our students, staff, and administration, school board, and the community through effective and transparent communication, with the core values always being transparency, engagement, and connectivity. So they are connected, they know what's happening in the district at all times as much as possible, and just engage with them to have them always with the buy-in and the commitment from our community and our parents and staff. So department roles and responsibilities. These are kind of the scope of the department. Manages the district website and the mobile app that will be coming soon. All parent communications. That's our school messenger mass notification system that goes out to all of our 8,000 email addresses that when we send them out to all staff and parents. Oversee district social media accounts through this department. District photography and videography. Insights Magazine, that's the planning, writing, and photography for the 4 issues that come out in collaboration with Ms. Arrington through the marketing department. And also it's the custodian of records. Obviously it's the management of all of our open records requests as they come through the communications department in collaboration with Dr. Wright as far as reporting and responding to those. And support and collaborate with Ms. Pam Arrington in the marketing and special events department. Okay. Communication tools. So we use a wide range of tools to reach everyone. So everyone takes information differently, whether it be through email, through the website, through apps, and the district website and the campus websites are one of those tools. Next year, exciting news, new websites being launched for all the campuses and the district. So we're working on that right now to migrate all of that content from the old to the new. It's more responsive. It's a better experience on tablets, large phones. 60% of our parents are looking on their phones when it comes to the website. So to have a good experience on that, this website, it's the Blackboard is the vendor. It'll provide a better online experience on their phones as opposed to what they're using right now. So again, that's exciting. August 9th is the launch, about 1 week before the start of school. The current website will stay online the entire time, and the switchover will happen, so nothing will be lost, and we'll have that ready for them right before school starts. The app would be launched a little bit, and it's in here I think too, but it will be launched a little bit further into the school district, a couple of 3 months, 2 or 3 months into school. Let this launch happen, manage it well, make sure everything works correctly, and then the app would launch and be a great tool for our parents as well. Social media, great engagement here in Argyle ISD with social media that I've found, especially Facebook, Twitter, and we've also added more kind of content and commitment to Instagram, which has been a big one too as well. A lot of parents are using Instagram, and there's a lot of engagement, there's comments, and found that to be a great tool as well. One thing I know Jeff mentioned, obviously the images that are coming through that with the new phase 2, I think that's brought a lot of attention to parents. They want to see that, and the engagement that I see on social media is great because they want to see more. They're actually asking for more. So I try to make a commitment to getting the photos, the behind the scenes things they can't see. I think that's a big tool for us to really have them buy in. They see the projects happening, the great things that are happening moving forward in the district. The Eagle Extra newsletter, that's weekly and every other week in the summer. Great response on that. Again, that was started by Ms. Arrington, which is a great tool to reach our parents and community as well. Those in the community can read it, and that has a great readership and a great following, and it's content that comes in. It's district wide, and our campuses do a great job as well with those. They have campus by campus newsletters through using a SMORE vendor. It's easy to read, it's easy to manage, and a lot of great engagement with our campuses. So I think our campus parents are really informed as well because they do a great job with those products. So Insights Magazine, like I said, that's 4 times a year. And the podcast is another way to reach people. So if they're listening to the game on Friday nights, there's an update that comes from the Communications and Marketing Department where it tells the stories of the district. It talks about student achievements and parent and staff achievements as well. So we're looking to add some more content to that as well.
Rick, are you getting to track metrics on readership with email and with your social media posts? Like, is this something you're looking at?
Yes, sir. So on this page with the numbers, the newsletters we can track, that's views.
Here it is.
You ask, it's right here, yes. So the district website, that's about 250,000 visits to the website over the school months, which is about 10 months. It tracks to about 1,000 hits or visits per day. So that's to the just.org, the home page of the district website. So we can track those analytics through Google, so that's been a great tool for us as well to track where they're watching. When the app is launched, the app can track where they're visiting most, which past experience has been lunch menus, schedules, staff directories, so you can prioritize those in the app because that's where the parents are clicking on. So
you said the 1,000 visits a week, what's that in uniques?
I'd have to look back and get that number for you as far
Just
as
curious, no big deal.
But if you go back to the tools, I'm curious whether or not we couldn't make, and maybe this is the plan, but making that website the repository of all of this information. So I wonder whether you couldn't even have the links to your social media communications
Correct.
that are available through that website, or
can you? There'll be a news portal
or the
that
newsletters
share those
that
to them.
are archived.
There'll be a news portal, news and headlines portal on each campus website and the district website where those can be shared to social media or reverse. So you would have the feeds of the social media
Perfect.
on the website.
So that website can be the actual repository of anything you want to go find.
Correct.
That
It's a
we
great resource. It's
communicate.
more of a
It's
resource,
here.
yes. It's a great resource for all documents, forms that parents
fantastic.
need as a go-to for them. Again, those are 7,500 are the followers for each of those accounts, and over the last school year, we had about 3,000 combined new followers to those 3 accounts. And again, the newsletter, that's views. I can see the unique views each time. and it's averaging about 4,000, and again, it's going to about 8, and we have a student enrollment of about 3,800, which is a good number.
That's really good.
To have. So that's been really great to see that and the response that we've gotten from that. Looking back, so my first year in Argyle ISD was obviously an unusual year from a communication standpoint, as it was for all districts, but the commitment was to COVID-19 and the reporting to parents and the letters and just keeping them informed. They needed to be informed on the cases. The dashboard was a great tool to keep our community informed. A lot of districts across the state were doing that, and we followed that trend, and that was a great resource for them. And it was assisting the nurses too. I've never been more connected to our nurses before in this role, so that was great to really get to know them and have appreciation for what they do day to day. So I was talking to them continually. We had a lot of Zoom or WebEx meetings with them to keep updated on what they needed. And it was great to be a great resource for them from a communication standpoint to help them with the letters and the reporting and just more of the COVID-19 page updates that we did. And again, this year was different. The events were minimal when it came to campuses, so we had to really focus on more of the the ones that were kind of outdoor and kind of help promote those as well. And the campus closures was another unique thing to this school year. Looking forward to this year, obviously the opening of the new school, that provides a whole new experience. We'll have a ribbon cutting for the community as well. Great engagement opportunities, and Pam and I have talked about these to reconnect with the community from that standpoint, because we've had a state send off to try to engage to a light degree considering the constraints during the school year. So that'll be something we're really targeting and a goal this year. And also to reconnect with the local chamber so they know what's happening in Argyle ISD as we move forward with our growth. And I think a big thing this year will be celebrating our Lone Star Cup. So that'll be fun to, again, celebrate with the community, invite them to come watch that, and just experience that, because Argyle's a unique district when it comes to the Lone Star Cup, and one of few that have that kind of success. And potential bond communication planning. So as we look forward to a potential bond, this role in this department, along with the marketing department, will have a big role in the communications planning, the graphics, the video, just the messaging, and the the town meetings that we have with the engagement of the community.
Well, I'll tell you, I appreciate what you've done already ahead of this on counteracting some of the misinformation that's been out there, and with your emails and such. I think that's helpful, and
Thank
I
you, sir.
appreciate you all taking the time to do that.
Yeah, we felt there needed to be kind of a message sent from the district as far as the state of the district, the health of the district financially, and those were the tools, and the great job that Ms. Stewart's done with finances, and to explain that message to them in kind of a piece by piece and a Q&A form. So that is a lot of content to digest. So to give them a form to read it in that kind of form was a little bit easier to kind of digest.
People.
Yeah, but that's helpful in the proactive communication. So appreciate
Thank
y'all
you.
taking the time.
And again, the smiling faces. So that'll be some great images. They won't be masked faces that we get to promote this year in all our events and across our campuses. Coming soon, Convocation, August 9th. That'll be a great chance to engage again with all our staff. We have the campus websites that'll launch in August. And then again, like I said, the mobile app that would launch in the fall. The Eagle podcast is something, these are kind of goals in the future, to have a podcast where I sat down with Ms. Stewart and she talked 15 minutes back and forth about the finances of the school district, just to put out another platform to reach more people. Podcastings are huge right now. That'd be a great platform to get out more, and even to do student profiles, teacher profiles, and a lot of different things like that. Eagle branding, this is the point of emphasis, just as more of the logo presence, right? The visibility of the district. That eagle represents Argyle ISD. With branding of it across the district on signage, with materials that just have that same brand and look and style as we go forward. And one of the things Ms. Arrington and I have talked about is a realtor and business breakfast potentially this fall, to engage those folks and to get them connected with how the growth is affecting our district and the lines, and sometimes they don't know the boundary lines, and just to keep them educated about Argyle ISD. And an employee recognition program to recognize and honor our staff, kind of by a anonymous entry into what staff are doing, just to kind of acknowledge them and all the fine things they're doing. And the communications and marketing internship is something we've discussed and kind of planning it out. I've had experiences in my past district with this. It's students. They would volunteer to just kind of be in a group to learn photography, videography, bring in professionals. They could speak to them. It's kind of a community service would really be what they would earn from it and experience, because they'll find what I found in the past experiences. They find talents and skills they didn't know they had. I've done rec letters for multiple students that have gone on and have been connected to past students, and all the fun things they're doing that they've gotten into either marketing or into communications at the college level. So that's been fun to watch. Department goals and outlook. One of the things that was the top of this focus was due to the fact that there weren't as many activities for us to cover, the events at the elementary, intermediate, and middle school level. It's easy to cover the high school things because they're easy to find. They're big events. They have a bigger presence on social media and different things. So those were easy, but it's to focus back on these campuses and these age students as we move forward. And again, continued branding of the logo. And one thing I'd like to focus on too is the video engagement. That's a huge factor moving forward. Live engagement that really connects a community and staff and parents. So potentially, the ribbon cutting could be potentially a live stream to Facebook. It reaches folks that aren't able to come to events, or just family and friends. So another thing is working with the Insights magazine. We're going to look at enhancing that, just as the flow of deadlines, the flow of content, the flow of photos are moving forward, to make sure that product is top notch all the time, every single issue, and what's in it that really gives a good glimpse of everything that's happening in Argyle ISD. Parent engagement, this is what I've discussed earlier, but this could be done through surveys and feedback, potentially a communications survey. What information do you disseminate, and how do you do it? Do you prefer emails? Do you prefer emails not on the weekend? All of those type of things can be vetted out through surveys. So, and future department needs. So as this grows, the potential for an administrative assistant or a communications specialist in this department could be valuable as we grow, as we add a school, as we try to do more and have that bar of excellence all the time with our communications to continue to do more. That would be a focus, and potentially staffing needs for that. So that is the communications update. Any questions?
I just have a comment. I would, much like Mr. Deffenbaugh said, I'd like to commend you guys both on the continual upgrade of how we communicate, how we share with parents. I think you mentioned video more than once. I mean, listen, if I can watch it, I mean, you know that they're going to engage with that. I think what you've done, celebrating our finance department and the successes they've had for multiple years, just know there are some people you're just never going to make them happy, right? So all we can do is put out the information, and it's theirs to discern. I think, though, the more you communicate what you've been doing, your 4-part series is opening a lot of people's eyes, right? So the other thing I really liked on there, I think it was the slide before, was the internship.
Yes, sir.
You talked about your last point there was future department staff needs. I'm not suggesting that you become a teacher as well, but you have a lot to teach. You have a lot to share, and I think there are a lot of kids who are interested in communications, and it could help you with that, right? You could send them to,
Right.
assuming they can drive, you can send them to other campuses, to capture video content,
Right.
or to hear what's going on there. And I think it was, I don't know how we go about getting them credit for that as an elective
Right.
or whatever it may be, but I think that's a huge opportunity. We did it with the business department a few years ago. If these kids can come out of school kind of knowing, hey, I want to do marketing, or man, that was the worst experience of my life, I don't want to do it, right? But giving them a little bit of knowledge about something they think they want to do before they go sign up for it in college, man, it's huge. And by the way, it can help you guys.
And there's some talented high school kids that I've seen from a video photography standpoint that are setting themselves up for success already at the college level, because it could take years to get where they want to be when they're walking in with that skill level already, because they've had that experience, especially with our video that they did the live feeds from the football games. That experience alone through Mrs. Short's class to do that live streaming of those football games was immense. So, and we have a lot of great professionals in this community. I know that they could be great resources for our staff to bring in as visitors, and to help provide more information about those fields to them, and kind of open their eyes to things they may not know.
So I would just tell you to continue the celebrating of different departments. Every department in this district is exceptional. I think they go above and beyond.
Agreed.
Don't stop with finance. I think it was important to do finance, but let's keep celebrating other departments as well.
Thank you.
Same
for
way.
sure, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mrs. Arrington, you're up.
Hello. Pass these out really quick. Yeah.
Thank you.
You want to just pass these
Yeah.
down? Actually, that probably helps.
He is the secretary.
That was offensive. Board administrative assistant.
I want to start off by thanking all of you, school board, Dr. Wright, for your support in helping us found this department. There's been a lot of work that's been put in, and I really want to take a moment to just say thank you to also Rick Heron for all the work he's done. He came in at a very challenging time, and he has done a fabulous job, and we work very well together, and I've really enjoyed his insight and some of the new ideas he's brought in, and so it's been a pleasure having him on board and taking over that communications piece. So I want to go ahead and get started. We're going to open up with, you can go ahead and, oh yes. We're going to open up with the mission for the marketing department. So our mission is we're dedicated to establishing partnerships with local businesses and the community, those who have a vested interest in supporting our teachers and students in our district. And I think we've seen over the past few years that the relationship piece is very, very important when it comes to getting the support from our local businesses, donors, and community members. And I think not only looking at it from a marketing perspective in regard to bringing funding into the district, but it also helps us anytime we need that backing or that support, whether we're moving into a new bond election or whether we are increasing in growth and new construction. We need the support of our community. And so I think the relationship piece has truly been the most valuable. The goal is for the department to work together to continue to bring in support to the district, supporting the strategic plan and the mission of the department. So the department roles and responsibilities. It's been a little bit different in the fact that we have now grown as a department, so it's exciting to say that we are not only communications but also marketing department. So with the department roles separated from communications, I've just mainly focused on managing the Eagle Partner Program. As we grow as a district, the needs grow, we need to bring in more funding, and then also we have more businesses interested in partnering. So that's been really exciting, watching that Eagle Partner Program grow. Maintaining relationships with the community businesses and nonprofits. Where this ties in, it was a little challenging with COVID, but this is when you hit the ground running. You go visit these businesses, you drop off signs, you shake hands, you take pictures. So it's very, very important in maintaining those relationships to stay in constant communication with our supporters. Now that restrictions have been lifted, it's going to be a time for me to make up, visiting all of our partners in person, and I'm actually excited that we get to have them here on our district, on our campuses this school year. Coordinating the sponsorships for various needs in the district. Example, I know middle school, Scott, they wanted to have a t-shirt made specifically for their campus, and so I was able to reach out to Point Bank, and they partnered and they were able to sponsor the t-shirt. So we do have various sponsorship opportunities that will pop up throughout the school year, and I'm there to help coordinate with that and help to support our students and our teachers however we can. District level events, Rick and I are working together with planning the upcoming events for the school year, continuing with our videography and photography, supporting Argyle Education Foundation's annual campaign this school year, Rick and I got involved with helping them in promoting and marketing their Back the Red and Black campaign. And we were able to, I know several of you came in and we filmed you, and we were able to push out videos to help promote their campaign. Insights Magazine just continuing to work on the cover, photography, Eagle Partner submissions, event photos, articles, etc. Social media posts, creating graphics for advertisements for the Eagle Partners, and supporting and collaborating with Rick for the Argyle ISD communications piece. The marketing department was established in January of 2018. Dr. Wright and I worked very hard to establish this department, also with a lot of help from Mr. Hawksworth. And in establishing that department, from that point forward, we have brought in an estimated amount around $270,000 in funding and in-kind donations. I do want to point out that all of the donations and in-kind, whether that's monetary or in-kind donations, that all goes directly to the teachers and students. 2018-2019, I just put together a brief breakdown for you, showing you how much was brought in, and you can see the increase from 2018-2019 to current. We do have several commitments already on board as we move into the school year. New Eagle Academy, we already have the sponsorships for the breakfast and lunches established, and we're excited to be able to bring our Eagle Partners back in person to visit all of the new teachers and staff, shake their hands, eat with them, and talk about their businesses. Convocation, we have a district level Eagle Partner who is already dedicated to sponsoring the breakfast, so we're excited to have that. District shirts and district calendars have also been picked up. As Jeff Cohen stated earlier, we're working together with Point Bank in the possibility of sponsorship for the digital marquees that are needed in the district on the campuses.
Go to the slide back. I'm curious. So on the funding coming in, so Murray or Media Mark, we go one slide back. The Murray Media magazine is $50,000. So that's just basically paying for the Insight magazines. Is that what that?
Correct.
So goes to us, it just pays for the Insight.
No, here's how that works. When Dr. Wright and I decided to start a school district magazine, we reached out to Murray Media, and we were one of the first school districts to establish a magazine. And so working together with them, they offered to front the cost for the magazine if we provided the content. And so the value of that magazine would be $50,000. So
we get all the sponsorship dollars, etc.
They're
We don't have to actually pay for the production.
We're not paying for the correct.
So we get to keep all that.
Well, no, the monetary value that is brought in through the ads in our Insights magazine pays for their writers, and anything that goes into the production, the cost of print, all of that is covered through that marketing.
But they're getting those sponsors. We're not.
We get a portion of it.
So
Right, we get 20% of the ad space, or I don't know the number.
Correct.
We get a portion of the ad space that she gets to go out and monetize as part of her platinum level sponsor, but the remaining 80% they monetize to help give us the magazine.
So they give us ad space. So for example, I sell the cover. So the cover would be $2,000 to sponsor, and we have local families and businesses that will pay the $2,000.
So we get to keep that money.
Correct.
Because they're getting money for the other 80%.
Yes,
Correct.
Their
It's
80% covering the cost.
It's been a great marketing tool for us, not only in the fact that we're able to communicate effectively with our district, especially when there's a bond campaign coming up. We're able to not only publish pictures, give people an insight into what's to come, but also the fact that we're able to sell the magazine cover. We're able to put all of our district partners' ads in the magazine. For example, like Sante Center for Healing, they just signed on as a district level partner. We did a big 3-page write-up for them. We did the same for all of our district level partners. They get 2 to 3 pages of a full article write-up. So that means a lot to them to be able to have that exposure, especially in the magazine. So, but that is the monetary amount that Murray Media quoted in regard to the overall cost for the magazine for that year. All right, marketing program updates. If you will look in the packet that I handed out to all of you, I have updated the marketing program. We've created levels. Rick gave me this idea. I know that Craig Hawksworth has talked to me about this idea as well in the past. So we have a platinum level, which is the district level. We have a gold level now, which is a brand new level. The very back of the packet, I have listed the updates that have been included. And the gold level is going to allow more businesses to come in that maybe can't afford to pay $4,000 for an annual sponsorship. They could pay $2,000, and it's going to give them the opportunity to drop off items to the campuses. Our district level partners, one thing that they have really appreciated is the ability to go onto the campuses and drop off cookies or drop off chocolates and pass out their marketing materials. Maybe that's leaving them in the teacher's lounge or attaching a business card to the cookies that they put in all the teacher boxes. We have had a lot of people that really enjoy being able to connect with our teachers in that way. And so adding that gold level is allowing more people to be able to have that ability. So the gold level would give those partners the ability to come on those campuses once a month and drop off items with marketing materials. Silver is going to be the campus level sponsorship. That's a $750 sponsorship that allows them to choose which campus they would like their funding to go directly to. It gives them marketing for a full 9 weeks period for that campus. We have supporting Eagle partners, which would be our volunteers, or it would also be our in-kind donors. So for example, John DeLay and I spoke a couple of days ago, and he wants to go out and ask local restaurants for just gift cards to hand out to his teachers and staff at the beginning of the school year. They do not want any marketing in return. So we would be considering that a supporting Eagle donation. In return, I'm setting up an online link which will allow those supporting Eagles to go online and document that they are volunteering, or it will allow the administrators to document the in-kind donations they have received, which then allows me to turn around and write a thank you note or reach out to them just thanking them for their donation. All right, so increasing marketing visibility by providing signage. This year, well, pre-COVID, we initiated the correlated Eagle Partner signs, which have been very popular. Anytime anyone signs on as an Eagle Partner, I will go hand deliver their correlated sign. They can put it out in front of their business. They can set it inside of their office. They'll take a picture with the sign, and we post it on Facebook and Twitter. We're looking at the possibility of having signage on our school buses. So that's something that I'm researching and exploring right now. I know there are area school districts that do that. Also looking for more visibility on social media. That's going to be something that we're moving towards for next year. Increasing community involvement by implementing tailgates, participation from Eagle Partners in school events, whether that's parent nights, math nights, etc. As you know, prior to COVID, we had a large amount of our Eagle Partners that were very much involved, and so I'm really excited about picking that up again this school year and also initiating some more community type activities that we could involve them in. All right, so we want to continue following our marketing platforms and working with Rick in making sure that we have our Eagle Partners ads inside of all the Eagle Extra digital newsletters. They really enjoy seeing their ads in the newsletters. Social media, videos are really a big attribute in being a district level Eagle Partner. And in fact, I have several videos I'm still working on for several of our district partners. They get a 2-minute video introducing them to our district, but also talking about their business. So they could take that video essentially and turn around and put it on their business YouTube or put it on their business Facebook and use it as their own marketing tool for their own business. And so I'm really finding that a lot of the businesses love the video aspect. In regard to Rick's mention of a podcast, I know prior to COVID, Greg and I had been discussing the possibility of putting together a podcast where we bring the Eagle Partners in, introduce them to the community, ask them questions. That also gives them another platform and another way that they can market their business or their nonprofit. Including the Eagle Partners in convocations. So because we did not have our Focus on Education Day this past year because of COVID restrictions, we're going to be involving them in a little bit of a different way this year in convocation. So in the past, as you know, we've had them set up tables. They've been there to meet and greet teachers. Well, this year we're going to have them come up on stage. They're going to get their plaque and they're going to be introduced. So I think that's a really great way for them to get acknowledged by our teachers and staff, but they also at the same time will be able to set up a table, give out free handouts, and shake the hands of all of our teachers and staff. Enhancing communication and marketing through the creation of a community business breakfast. I know Rick had mentioned that. I think that's a very important piece in bringing together businesses here in the area so that they can be made aware of any kind of communication that they would need to know about from a district perspective, and then planning to host our Focus on Education Day for the school year. I missed that last year. I think that's a great event, and so we're really excited about having that back. I don't need to read off every event that Rick and I have worked on this school year. I think all of you know, because a lot of these events you were at. But we plan to continue working hard to bring you these events, to bring the events to our community, and we're looking forward to implementing some new ones for next year. All right, so moving down, I want to look at the point related to the bond and community presentations and voter registration events. That is something that Rick and I are talking about. We think that, of course, marketing and communication is key in educating our community and keeping them afloat. So that's definitely something that we're working on. And then everything else I've already discussed in regard to encouraging community involvement, which ties in with our strategic plan, and then also just incorporating more in-person events. All right, so we are going to be hosting an administrator retreat. Rick brought this idea to the table from a former school district that he was at. And so the retreat will be held on July 27th and 28th. We are very excited about this because it's going to allow us to streamline our communication. It's going to allow every campus and every department to give a brief 10 to 15 minute update, talking about their goals for this school year, and also just doing a Q&A, so that way everyone can be on the same page about different things that are going to be taking place next year, different events, activities. Also, it will give me an opportunity to educate the campuses on the updates and procedures of the Eagle Partner Program. Rick and I want to continue collaboration with area school districts. We also want to get back involved with our professional affiliations, which are PI, Sprint, TSPRA, and INSPRA. And then, of course, as he had mentioned, getting plugged back in with our local chambers of commerce. And then department staffing future needs. As we grow as a district, the needs are increasing in our department. I am so grateful that y'all have allowed me to take on this position in a different capacity than I had in the past. I do feel moving forward within the next school year, the marketing and events director position will need to move into a full-time position, which I am more than ready to step forward and move into a full-time position still in the marketing and events department. But as Rick stated, we also have a great need, especially in the area of videography. And so it would be very helpful to have, as we grow as a department, maybe that looks like a part-time employee or a full-time employee that can help with administrative needs as well as the videography. Okay, so there's that. I have included in the packet that you received, you have the financial update from this school year, which also shows you kind of just a snapshot into what our commitments are moving into the 21-22 school year. I've also included the updates and any changes that were made to our Eagle Partner Program. And then also on Board Book, I included a PDF, which contains all of the updates and a snapshot of every year since the department was established. Any questions?
Just echo what's been said, previously, that this has really enhanced how we get, so much out about our district and how to support our district, and just really pleased with the content and the effort that's put into it. So it's great.
Great
I mean, this is something you
organization.
took.
Yeah.
You did this,
Yeah.
right? So you can look at this and know that this is. I know you had support from various folks, but I mean, this was your thing. So
Yeah.
great job.
Well, I appreciate all of your support and excited to have Rick on board. So I know we're looking forward to next year and just enhancing both departments.
You guys are great communicators. Work well together. I mean, you're doing a fantastic job, and I'm so happy to hear full time.
Thank you.
I really-
I will be happy to be back full time.
Yeah.
Y'all know how much energy I usually have, so I'm ready to get back on board full time. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Jordan.
Dr. Jordan was willing to take on the chairmanship of the district cultural awareness committee this year. And not only did we have a district committee, but each campus had a committee. So I appreciate Dr. Jordan coming and sharing what went on this year and what the plans are for this upcoming year.
Well, I had a lot of fun doing it for sure. So our Cultural Awareness Committee members are listed there. We did have members from every single school as part of our committee, and they were all very active in participating and brought great ideas. We met 4 times last year, and we started off with a lot of discussion on what the purpose of our committee should be and our goals. So we came up with these 2 guiding principles, and they are to create a culturally inclusive environment where all students feel valued and bring awareness and appreciation of diverse cultures to our students. So I want to backtrack a little bit and give you kind of insight into our thought process of how we came up with these principles. So we had a lot of discussion on, why it's important and the direction we are going to take. So we talked about The Social Dilemma, and that is a movie on Netflix. And it was just one little part of it, though, that we discussed, which was how social media and really internet in general can lead to biases and the research behind that, and how important it is for our students to understand how to conduct research to maybe not eliminate but reduce as many biases as possible, and that is an important part of their education as well. We also talked about causes for divisiveness that we have personally seen on each of our campuses, so that we could kind of spearhead what we're doing to address any source of divisiveness that we may see based on or because of a lack of cultural awareness. And one thing that we found that we all found in common was that it's more of an issue of cultural insensitivity based on a lack of knowledge. And so that's where we wanted to make sure that we were front-loading our students, our staff, with this awareness so that we could try and, there wasn't a lot, but even a little bit was too much. And so we really wanted to address it that way. We talked about an article in Harvard Business Review, and it talked about this research. And I think, that part came about because in talking to my faculty and staff, they're like, we've been talking about cultural awareness in schools and businesses in our world for decades, but there's not one training, there's not one thing we can say that is the magic answer that fixes it. But this article in the Business Review said that one of the most effective changes is putting underrepresented talent in leadership positions. So that's something that even from a classroom community can be addressed, that leadership positions are given to all students equally. So then we took those things and said, what do we need to do to train our staff? What do we need to do at each of our individual schools based on the grade levels present? What activities can we have? And all of those together led us to our 2 guiding principles, which were creating the culturally inclusive environment where all students feel valued and bringing awareness and appreciation of diverse cultures to our students. So what did we accomplish this year? Well, our fine arts programs did an amazing job of highlighting cultures around the world. You can see here some examples of artwork from based on China, based on African, and based on Mexican cultures. And our students had so much fun learning about those cultures through art and through music as well. Storytelling is a great way to teach a message. And so in classrooms, reading stories to students that showed diverse cultures, that have characters from diverse cultures where every student can identify, they see their culture represented. Our librarians are so fantastic and had book displays that highlighted those cultures and events as well, and traditions of different cultures. Of course, there's other kinds of learning too. All of our schools were very active in celebrating Black History Month. Chinese New Year, our 4th grade students read A Long Walk to Water, which talked about a
community living in poverty in Africa, and so they took their own long walk to water, raised money for wells, and just got a text message for one of our teachers that those wells were dug for families in that community. So that was awesome. See on the bottom left, and that's Hilltop, and they have flags represented from around the world when they learned something in morning announcements from that country. And many of our schools also use words of wisdom. An example of that is the bottom right-hand corner during our morning announcements, and they highlight traditions, festivities, different things that cultures and countries around the world, as well as quotes from inspirational leaders and important members of different cultures and countries as well. Cognate wall that Miss George is standing in front of. High school had several displays. You can see how the ASL classes incorporated sign language, more on Black History Month. So all of our schools participated. Our ESL Chronicles was the newsletter sent out monthly as well. That was a great source of information for families and staff. We had a lot of events in our schools. Dia de los Muertos was celebrated at the high school. You can see the picture on the bottom left where students and staff were asked to write the names of loved ones on a note card for that display. We had fourth grade team, which each classroom chose a different culture and had activities. They did that all day long to learn about cultures of the world. Diwali was celebrated through our music classes too. Staff training was something we talked about that was important to discover where are we and on the cultural proficiency continuum, where do we want to be and how do we get there. So not only do we need to provide activities for our staff, but for our students, but for our staff as well. At the beginning of the year, I did my first training in cultural awareness with my staff, and we talked about the doll test. And that was something, that experiment was done in the 1940s, but it's been done many times since. But after watching that, I literally had teachers in tears, because if you tell a teacher there's one child in their classroom, or really one child anywhere, that does not feel loved, accepted, and proud, they cannot take it. And that's just a teacher's heart, because they love kids. They love their kids. They love all kids. And so we have great support for this initiative. We have great teachers. They have big hearts, and they do a great job. But we, as Mr. Heron was saying, that bar of excellence is high, and we want to continue to grow and do better in this area. So what's coming up next is the continuation of this committee, continuing to build cultural sensitivity in our students. We want to involve more families in our plans. We want to engage the district. We want to have a district-wide celebration, but what we really want is this to be very intentional, that our choices are very intentional in what we do, what we say, the practices that we have, because it's more than just one event. It's all the things that we do that help every student feel valued and included. Do you have any questions for me?
Do you guys parallel, great presentation by the way, awesome things that you guys have done, especially in a rough year, last year. Do you guys work in collaboration with the counselors? Because I know that there are things that the counseling program is doing that kind of parallel this, or kind of mesh or touch base with one another, or in the timing of the activities and things that you do?
During this first year, we didn't have any counselors on our committee. We did have a lot of things that connected, but I do think that would be a great way for us to connect more, is to have some of the counselors on our committee, so that word intentional keeps coming up when I talk about it, so that we can make sure that we're doing these things and just not hoping that they're happening. So the counselors will be a great addition.
So they go in monthly?
They do. Mm-hmm.
I could see incorporating a lot of these things into some of those lessons.
Absolutely.
As well.
Mm-hmm.
Great job. Great pictures, great events. Thank you.
Anything else? Do you
Go
want
ahead
me
and
to
do your handbook.
do the
while you're up
handbook?
there.
Yeah.
Pull up intermediate handbook.
Can I
Well, you
please?
did say you, was it a reading?
Right, we're just, we've talked about this, the principals and I, and we're just going to mainly emphasize for you the changes that are being made in the handbook. We're
Right.
not going through the entire
We're gonna
handbook.
go through 84 pages.
No, sir, we're not. We're really only going to like 3 pages. So all the elementary principals and Mr. Gibson as well, we've talked about making sure that our handbooks, the elementaries are identical with the exception of like a couple of lines. So all of ours have the same things, and we made sure to review the middle schools as well. We followed all the TASB updates in each of our handbooks. The few things that we did change is we updated the late work policy. It's on page 52. And that is to match the middle school policy. So it just makes it easier when the expectation for late work is the same all the way from, well, probably doesn't really apply to kindergarten, but through the 12th or through the 8th grade at least. We do make sure to have a line saying that there is teacher discretion, because of course there's always circumstances that come up that require teacher discretion. Page 71, it states that breakfast and lunch meals are free. So that is a change. You probably don't even necessarily need to go to it. It just says they're free.
Is that free for everybody?
All elementary students, yes. Breakfast and lunch. So what I don't have in my handbook, but I believe they do, I was on vacation, turned mine in early, and this came out later about House Bill 4545, the accelerated instruction for students that did not pass STAR. So I will put that into promotion and retention. I believe you'll see that in the other elementary schools handbook at this point. So the only other thing I have is right at the beginning, right after the cover page is just the dates that I have for the beginning of the year.
She's gonna talk about it in just a minute.
And the fact that parents are now able to come in person to enjoy lunch with their child, which is right there in blue. We already had the birthdays in place last year, and of course the different dates that I already know about are listed there. But those are the only changes to the intermediate handbook. Any questions?
Now, we got from the state, from TASB on Friday, the 16th, this past Friday, we got a post-legislative update. And there might be 1 or 2 more small things that we need to add to these handbooks. But that just came, and we haven't really had an opportunity to review it page by page yet. But they'll be minimal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have anything to add to that for Hilltop or West?
We've got a couple of things.
Okay, go ahead, Hilltop, either way, West first.
I thought you were gonna get up here and go what she said.
Yeah.
And sit down.
So really the only other 2 things that are different, just because our campuses are different, we did reiterate in ours, and I think you did as well, that parents can no longer send food items in for birthdays. They can do a book, they can do treat bags of non-edible things. We just have too many kids that have allergies and other gluten or celiacs or things like that we just feel like having the non-edibles is the safest way to go. So we made sure to reiterate that again in our handbooks. The only other change that Donna and I have in ours is we changed our grading policy for pre-K to 1 because we have the new standards-based report card. So we wanted to make sure our handbook grading standards matched what it said on the report cards. And so we added that addition into our handbook. The only other change I had on mine are my times are changing next year. So I'm going from 7:40 start time to a 7:30 start time. And instead of ending at 3, we're ending at 2:50. So that puts both elementaries on the same exact schedule for bus transportation purposes. So that's really it for our changes. Any questions?
Okay, Donna?
Great, thank you. Donna's good.
My changes are exactly what she
This
said.
is what she said.
That's it.
Okay,
Questions for me?
middle school.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Wanted to say, first of all, the first change that's kind of a big deal for us, and I was trying to think of things that you would get questions about. Our schedule is going to be changing. Talked with transportation, and they are able to get buses to our campus earlier than previous, so we are going to start 10 minutes earlier. Yes, I'm aware of all the research out there that says older kids do better starting later, but I don't believe that starting at 8:20 in the morning versus 8:30 will be that big of a deal. But I believe that getting out at 3:45 versus 3:55, that 10-minute window there for all of the activities that we do, that's an important window for us if we're able to do that. So I will have to judge it the first few weeks. Please don't give it the first week. Nothing ever works right the first week of school, but we'll need to give it a few weeks of school to see how well and how efficient it works. I've had a number of parents express concerns about the load of parents that will be parked in our parking lot to pick up over 1,000 middle school students, and I understand that. We're going to have a lot of talks on where you need to park in order to get out of there efficiently, and so we'll work on that. But the schedule changing, I think, is kind of a big idea.
Does that work better for the busing schedule too?
Well, absolutely. Well, the buses are going to be parked in back now. So for us not having the buses out front, which is what we've had with construction, that has presented a challenge in and of itself, having all of the kids out in front of the school.
I'm thinking about the earlier schedule, because they're gonna have to drop off these, the elementary schools with the same bus.
Yes, well, and Mr. Rutledge, I will give him a lot of credit over the years. I always tell people, give the first week a chance, because the first week they're always making changes. But we always seem to get out, and we had all of the middle school kids out of the building and on the buses. If we got out at 3:55, by 4:05 they were all en route every single day, unless there was some problem with a bus. In previous years, there was one route that went deep into Tour 18 that had trouble getting to us, but the last couple of years we've really not had that trouble. And I know we just raised our transportation pay to try to be competitive with these surrounding districts, because I know that's an issue as well. Having said that, I just wanted to point this out because I know you're going to get questions on this. We're not having distance learning, and the reason why I want to point that out is I talked with my admin staff about what I foresee as a potential problem of teachers who did remote learning well, of having a student who's going to be out multiple days, of having that parent request that the teacher do that for them. And we need to make sure that as an administration team that we articulate to our teaching staff that going back to that is not the direction that we want to go, simply because we were able to do it. Because that was the number one reason why teachers said that they were having such hard burnout, was that they were trying to do things simultaneously. But I also know we've got a lot of caring teachers that if they know someone's going to be out, that someone will ask them, will you do this for my kid? And so I just want to put that out there, because you're going to start to get questions probably about, well, hey, why couldn't they do this for my kid? You know, he's out, can't he join the class? And so I want to make sure that comes out there in advance, that I can foresee that of being questions raised about the ability to do that. So just wanted to put that.
I agree with you 100%, but invariably we'll still have COVID cases this
Mhm.
next year. What will be your plan for when they're out for 2 weeks?
Well, if someone is quarantined, my understanding is that that's up to the parent now to decide on the quarantine and all that. And I wish I had a good answer. I think we're going to have to assess that each time, but I don't know that we're going to have the number of cases of what we've had because of the number of people.
If we have a positive case, they're going to have asynchronous learning. They're going to be given
They're going to have
assignments.
they're going to have asynchronous learning, but I think going back to the way that we did it synchronously will drive teachers to quit early, and I just mean that as matter of factly as I can.
But do we have a district-wide pilot how we're going to handle that 2-week deal for in some number of
It will
kids?
be. I can tell you from the middle school standpoint. We would do that through what we did in the fall semester, where they would keep up through Google Classroom, and they would they would talk to their teacher specifically, but that they wouldn't be joining that particular class live. That's the hard part, is when you're joining a class while you have 20-something students within the class while they're trying to be on the class simultaneously. And that's what we're trying to eliminate by saying we only want to do in-person learning now. So that's why I just wanted to point this out, because I know you're going to get questions on that. Food delivery. I can't believe I'm bringing that up, but I didn't realize until this past year how much food delivery that we had brought by Uber Eats and all those different types of things. And so if there are people at home that are watching this that don't necessarily understand, we don't want extra people to come onto our campus. We don't need an extra 15 people to come onto our campus each day. And while I know it's very convenient, we don't need these people delivering food onto our campus and giving them a reason to be onto our campus. So we need those types of things not to happen, where people are bringing food and delivering it and dropping it off on our campus. And so just wanted to bring that out here as well. We're also going to be taking a look at the way that we handle cell phones. I mentioned that either last month or the month before. These months are running into each other. We've had a lot of developments from an administrative standpoint of things that we're having to deal with the last few months since COVID came on. And these are more procedural things rather than handbook changes. But I think you're going to see that there's going to be less use of the cell phone being out at the middle school. That there's going to have to be a tightening up on that. That the use of the number of issues that we're having that are discipline related has gone up, and I don't have numbers on this if you're going to ask for numbers, but it's gone up a lot. Things that have been cell phone related, and so just looking at all of those things, we're trying to figure out ways to combat the number of issues that we're having with that. So I think those, from a student handbook
are you talking about
standpoint,
during class or like during lunch, or what are you talking about?
I'm talking about just in general. You want me to give you a couple of examples?
What is the policy? Is they check their phones at the door when
Okay.
they come in, right? Or not?
Our policy had not been that. The policy at the middle school up to this past year had been that when you're in the classroom, that teacher has the right to say what their cell phone policy is. And I guess what I'm saying is we're going to be getting away from that being a teacher policy and being more of a school policy, because students, for lack of a better word, some of them are very, very sneaky with them. And we have students that text one another to meet up. We have issues within the bathroom. So what would the
policy be?
It's going to be that phones are away. That phones are away, and teachers, and this is on page, I'm having trouble moving through here now, 39, and it just basically goes through there, and the students are permitted to possess the use of personal electronic devices, but they're not able to have them out. Now, what we'll have to adjust is at lunch, because now we're going to have a lunch that will allow us to go outside for part of it, where we're not around a construction zone like we've been for the last 2 years. And so we're going to be able to allow them to go outside and play. But I think from the conversations that I've had with teachers and with the other administrators is that we're wanting a certain amount of time during lunch that we have those things put away as well. So
you're saying the policy is they're put away in their own bag, or they're left at the door like some classrooms have done?
No. I'm not for putting them in a shoe holder, just because of the stories that I've heard that people use burner phones to put in there, and then the real phone never really comes out, and so they just don't need to have them out. That's the bottom line. There's no good answer for it, but everything that I've read and I've tried to take in and said, okay, trying to get ahead of it. The kids always seem to be 2 or 3 steps ahead of they just don't need to have them out. But trying to put them in a shoe holder, at least for me, is that they're going to figure out a way to put something in there that isn't what they're necessarily using.
Do you have a problem with Apple Watches?
That problem hasn't entered my realm yet. The high school may be a bigger problem for them. It hasn't been as big a problem for us. Testing wise, I know they've got to remove them all and all of that. But no, I haven't heard the Apple Watch being as big of an issue yet. The problems that we're running into are things like, just going to give you an example, and I'm sorry to take all your time up, but kid takes a picture and they go to drop it. They go to airdrop it. And of course, what does every kid do? They accept it. And so then you're at lunch and a kid has taken a picture maybe that's not flattering of someone, and you drop it in the entire cafeteria. Anybody that has their airdrop up gets that picture. And so these are things that a couple of years ago we didn't have to deal with, or they didn't make it to my desk, so to speak. Because I've been quick to have teenagers tell me, well, that stuff was around, Mr. Gibson. It didn't make it to my desk. So we're trying to combat some of that stuff.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think they should be up. If they're out, take them.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're just big distractors.
just take them. Take them and make their parents comfortable about them.
That's,
Yeah.
it's.
I didn't think I would get too
Guarantee
much of a pushback from the public, because when you talk about it, it sounds really good. It's until the parent needs to get in contact with that kid. That's when we get the pushback of them not having the phone, and we get the bad conversation.
What about buying?
Should only have them once.
What about buying from the teachers in terms of enforcing the blanket policy?
You know what? Okay, with anything, some people are better at enforcing things than others, and I think that's going to be our job as an administrative team, of making sure that everybody understands that we're enforcing this across the board, and this is not, you're going to allow them out because you've got good kids in the room and you don't have a good class, so you can't. So it's going to have to be a blanket across the board. We've just gotten too big in some respects to be able to just say it's your classroom, do as you wish with it. And so that's kind of where we are. So other than that, most of the changes that we have in here are just wording changes, but those are the things that I wanted to point out to you that I thought you might get questions on. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can you pull up high school's changes? I'll be going over high school's changes. Okay, on page 39 in the high school handbook, class rank and highest ranking senior has been revised to reflect the changes adopted by the school board at the June 2021 board meeting. Page 57, final exams. High school plans to bring back exam exemptions for the 21-22 school year. The exact criteria for exemption status will be determined prior to the first day of school and will be communicated to the high school students. On page 58, the number of grades per cycle, the number of major, minor, and total grades for AP and dual credit classes has been altered slightly. This was to accommodate our teachers in these classes that are attempting to mirror their classes as closely as possible to the standards at the collegiate level. On page 63, graduation activities, the update to reflect those activities and dates related to the 2022 graduation week. And page 81, schedule changes. Timeframes for when students can alter their schedules have been made, specifically leveling down from an AP, dual credit, or honors class. This was to encourage students to give these classes a real chance prior to making the decision to level down. The policy also helps with our mandatory 6 weeks grade check required by the UIL. Do you have questions about any of those changes to the high school handbooks? Okay.
With graduation being on a Thursday this year, was that because of the location? Graduation's on Thursday
We're
instead
getting
of
back
Tuesday.
at UNT.
Right, but we typically have graduation on Tuesday, so I know it's on a Thursday this year, so I was just wondering, was there intention why it moved to Thursday?
That's what was, no, I mean, that's what was available
Okay.
through UNT. Okay, and that brings us to the budget update.
So since our June update, there's been, as far as the general fund, there haven't been that many changes. So we'll just go over quickly on the slides that are the same. And then there's a couple of places I do want to point out there. There's been a major change in some federal funding that's coming our way that was announced since our June meeting. We have our budget calendar over the next couple of weeks. We will have some final things that have to get put in place and approved from TEA on our taxes. Again, our key budget factors, enrollment and attendance, property values, all those tie into the tax rate, the formula transition grant. There was a legislative session that we still are kind of going over things, finding out information of what was affected and what changes there might have been on the financial end. And then federal funds, we've got ESSER 1, 2, 3, and now we also have ESSER supplemental, and that's the biggest change for our district. We'll go over here in just a second. We're still looking at, estimated enrollment being at 13.5%. That's going to be from the spring demographic report. We won't really have another update on that until after we look at after the first couple of weeks of school, when the enrollments, we kind of get a good baseline of the enrollment, and then we look again, of course, when we hit our fall snapshot date at the end of October, try and make sure that we're in line with those. And then, of course, we'll monitor it throughout the year, but those are our next two key updates as far as when we may make a change to these numbers. As far as our taxable appraised values, we are still estimating around 13%, and those are based on historical data from the first numbers that were brought out, actually the May 14th numbers. We received, our Friday update was actually delayed. They had some issues. They didn't send that out until today. We will not receive, I believe we don't receive another update until our certifieds. They're hopeful to get those out 25th, 26th. The 25th is when it's supposed to be to us. I think the email said today, don't contact them until the 26th if you haven't seen anything. So, we're kind of on a time crunch to get those in, because we have quite a few things that we're mandated to do and turn around with those numbers very quickly. Still the same chart that we've had in there on what we estimate based on historical and data, and then the preliminary numbers that we've gotten on our taxable assessed values and how that'll go up. We're still looking at our M&O tax rate of dropping down again to 0.915. We do feel like that is what will come out of our calculations, because we will be at the floor on the M&O compression. Our numbers would have to change drastically for that to be any different, and that means that we would have to see a much smaller increase in property values than what we're looking at this point. So we feel pretty good about where we're at. That will not be a final number that we can present until, I believe, there's an August 5th date in there that we have to come to with some calculations with TEA. So it'll come back for approval at the August meeting. INS rate, we're still estimating keeping it the same. And again, our total tax rate is still, because of that M&O compression, we're going down. We're looking at total tax rate of $1.40. Right, again, our tax rate timeline, we are required to submit a survey by August 1st. We've got to have the information on our certified values by then. So that's what we're looking for from 25th, 26th time frame, get our information into TEA. TEA is required to get that back to us by August 5th. And then once we have that back, then we're allowed to publish our notice for our public hearing, and that has to be in the paper so many days before our actual public hearing on our August board meeting. So that's kind of our time crunch on what things have to line up and what we need to do in the next couple of weeks. We're still looking about the same amount of estimated revenue from local funds, property taxes, state funding, federal funding, and other uses as far as the general fund is concerned. In the June board meeting, the board was very gracious and approved a 3% increase based off midpoint pay schedules, so we've incorporated those numbers into our estimates now. We still have the FTE request. I believe we have added one para and auxiliary position since our last meeting. Formula Transition Grant, this is just a reminder that 23-24 is the final year for that. And so we will be working through the next few years of how we are going, we don't have a choice in how that funding is, but what if there's any way or any way that we can minimize that funding loss. We do hope to have some information out of the next legislative session, which would be in 2 years, that will help this transition. There was not anything that came through this legislative session, and I just broke that, I believe.
It's coming out of your budget.
Yes, I'll have to get another one of those. Anyway, there wasn't anything out of this legislative session other than they put limits on it. So House Bill 1525 put a limit on the formula transition grant statewide. So what'll happen is we all budget based on the formula as is. We go through the year, everybody turns in their data to the state, and then the state comes back and go, oh, either we're under the limit that was set for the entire state, or if everybody's numbers exceeded, then they come back and prorate that. And we may find out well after our budget's closed that that's been prorated some to us. So it's going to be a little different for us. It's just timing of the information and when we get it, and we'll try and keep as much up to date with any information that comes from the state that we can try and estimate that ahead of time if there is any impact to our district from that. Okay, SR 2 and SR 3. SR 2, just a reminder, just under $170,000. For us, that's all supplanted because of our hold harmless ADA funding. So our intent is to, because that funding, TEA is going to remove that from our general funding for the 2021 school year, our application will apply expenses from the 2021 school year so that we won't see a loss in overall funding for 2021. SR 3, we're currently, I believe our application got filed today, correct, Ms. Dr. Stieber? Yes. So the application deadline for that was July 27th. That was filed today. There will be amendments to that as the plan develops and some different things change. Our allocation's just under $380,000. We did the stakeholder survey. We've met as an administration as well to review that, to go over some ideas, how we're going to utilize these funds. We will be bringing back to you in August a use of funds plan, along with our return to in-person learning plan. Both of those will be required to be on our website and readily available within 30 days of the receipt of our NOGA. We anticipate getting that NOGA back within a couple of weeks from the date of the submission of the grant, which is today. And so we'll bring that back to you. We have a draft, and we're just working on that to make sure that it's in presentation form to bring back to you. But we're looking at utilizing those funds for loss of learning. I believe we went over in the previous meetings, 20% of that was required to go to that. It looks like we will be using the majority of those funds for the learning loss. Some will be in salaries and some will be in supplies, whether it be electronic or actual physical supplies. So we'll have more on that for you in the August meeting. ESSER supplemental is what is new for us. It came out of this legislative session. There was very little talk about it ahead of time. We actually got the information after our June board meeting. This was authorized by House Bill 1525. It's approximately 125 to 150 districts throughout the state that received very little ESSER funding compared to the other districts. We are one of those districts where our funding level, and I think we used some examples, if you looked at a few districts our size in the surrounding area where we were receiving $380,000, they were receiving $2.5 million. So there just wasn't very much equity in that. So the state is set aside part of their ESSER 3 funds to flow through to the districts like ourselves to give us some additional supplemental funding. we don't have all of the guidelines on that yet. We don't have as many frequently asked question, guidelines on it, so we're still working through this. Our allocation for 21-22, you'll see there's just over $1 million. Our allocation for 22-23 is the exact same amount at this time. Both of these allocations will change in the October of their corresponding year because it will be based on the districts that are eligible. It will be based on our number of students and our enrollment at that time. So right now we have an estimated allotment. We'll do an application, go through the whole thing again, and then they will give us updated numbers, whether it's more or less a few months down the road, and that'll happen both years. What we understand right now, again, it has to follow the ESSER 3 statute, but there is one additional wording in there that we were looking at today that we're trying to get some more clarification before we finalize the use of funds. So this will affect eventually our M&O budget in a positive way, but I don't have the final numbers on how that will affect it at this time. We're still working through that process, and it may take us another month or two to get there and to see how these funds can be used.
So as long as it's something on the list that came out under ESSER 3, and you still don't know if there's any more learning loss requirement.
No, there's a line in the fine print on this one, and I believe it's 62.5%. Does that sound about right? 62.5% towards some form of loss of learning due to loss of time to COVID. We're waiting on clarification of what that is. Because that was a new line item, and so we're needing to get some clarification of what that exactly means from TEA and what's eligible and what's not. So that's
So does
the
that
one.
give you an opportunity? You mentioned on the ESSER 3 submission today that majority of it was going to be learning loss, but you also said that there's an amendment period.
There is.
So if we find out that this supplemental has 60% required towards learning loss, can we alter our previous submission to not be take only the 20%?
Yes. So more than likely, both of these are going to be amended in some way and have some correlation. So as we learn more about the guidelines, we've got deadlines to meet. Again, ESSER 3 application deadline was later this month. We needed to get that complete. We know there's going to be an amendment to it. We know that there's going to be a required amendment because the first initial application was only for 2/3 of the grant. So we have to have an amendment later for the additional third, but we know that as our plan develops that we'll be amending that. The majority of our questions come into play because of this ESSER supplemental, and we need to know, like what you said, what exactly is going to come out of ESSER supplemental and what's going to be ESSER 3. So there could be some amendments along the way there. And again, this is a little newer information than ESSER 3. We still have some information that we've got to get clarified through TEA in order to finalize the development of this plan.
Is the 370 or 380 you mentioned of ESSER 3, is that just the 2/3 or is that the full?
That's the full amount.
Full amount, okay. But
So
you're only getting 2/3.
We can
2/3
only,
and 1/3. Is that how it
right.
comes?
You can only apply for 2/3 of that up front,
Yeah.
and then you're required to amend that later.
With your enrollment numbers.
No, that was
No, the enrollment numbers have to do with the ESSER 3, the ESSER supplemental.
I think it's interesting that if it's supposed to be something that's equity for these 125, 200, 150 districts, that they would make it more restrictive on this extra money and that it wouldn't be exactly the same as the 3 funds.
Right, and it, again, we're gonna have to get clarification.
Yeah.
That was one line that was found that we're working with a lady from Region 11 today, who is their federal funding expert, in helping us with all of our ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and ESSER supplemental. And she found that and said, "Oh, let's get clarification." That's something that none of us have really been able to find any information on yet.
And you said this is 2 years, so and I know it's going to fluctuate with enrollment, but in theory, if it were all to remain flat, it's $1 million each year.
That's correct. So it's a little over $2 million overall.
Okay.
So
That's good.
when we're looking at it, our use of funds plans, ESSER 3 is something that more than likely will be expended all in 21-22. That grant period goes out to 23, and there's a lot of districts that are receiving millions and millions of dollars, and it's gonna, they're gonna have so much per year. We're looking at $380,000. More than likely for us, that's gonna be spent in 21-22. This will be broken up between a 21-22 year. You've got the $1 million allocation. You've got another $1 million allocation in 22-23. So it will be a 2-year funding period for us. So, again, this is the biggest change from June's update, because at the time of the June meeting, we did not know about the ESSER supplemental. So, any other questions on that one? Okay. So this brings us down to our just our summary, which you've seen each update. Again, this is general fund only, so you don't see any of the federal funds reflected here. Again, I want to point out estimated enrollment, that's a big number for us. Our estimated TAV, that's a big number for us. Both of those are estimates based on different data. Enrollment based off the demographer, estimated TAV based on historical data and historical trends from the initial April information that we get from the Denton Central Appraisal District. Both of those numbers drive the majority of our revenue. So if those numbers change drastically, then we're going to have to come back and talk about our revenue in the budget. But right now, those are the numbers that we're using to build the revenue estimate. The expenses, they're really, other than incorporating the 3% raise, we haven't had many expense changes since last month. So you'll see that's where we talked about the projected deficit surplus, if we included that 3% raise there. Again, the federal funding will change the outlook of our M&O when we get that plan finalized. And it could take us, again, a couple of months to get that done. We also will have some different looks depending on, I know y'all have seen the history of what happens. We budget based off of our demographer's plan. The past many years, that number has grown throughout the year, and we've added funding as our student numbers have increased throughout the year. So I anticipate that happening again, but again, we base it to begin with off the demographer's plan, look back at it after the first semester and again in the spring, and then make an amendment based on where we're actually at for that point in time. We will have a few minor adjustments on the expenditure side prior to coming back. I think there's a couple of things that we're finalizing on the special ed department budget, information that we're gaining as that department is getting up and running and building, that we make some minor adjustments, but nothing major as far as the expenditures going into our next actual budget adoption in August. So do y'all have questions about the general fund here? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
I'd like to just skip down on the action items to 10G so Amy can.
Sure, that's fine.
Hey, Amy,
We'll go to
we're going to go
10G
ahead and
for
skip
Amy.
down to 10G on the agenda. You're welcome to stay.
Come bring cookies and move you way up.
I have one dessert left if I want that.
That's for Mr.
All right. So every year we, based on the federal regulations that we have to look at our pricing. I know Dr. Jordan said elementary is free this year, so West, Hilltop, and Intermediate will all the students will be free for breakfast and lunch.
How? Can anybody explain that to me?
USDA last year approved free lunches. You saw a lot of districts were doing free lunches for all. And the only reason we couldn't do it last year is because the requirement was that you had to have at least one campus that had 50% or more of the students that were free or reduced. We don't have any campuses with students that met that requirement. Going into this next school year, TDA, Texas Department of Agriculture, has said that that requirement is no longer there. Any school district can do it. So we're going to go ahead and take advantage of that. I mean, it's a good thing for our families.
Support as a result?
Sorry?
We get funding support as a result?
We actually get better funding. So we'll get about 70 cents more per lunch, and I think 50 cents more per breakfast that we'll be getting for reimbursement, and all the students will eat free. So everything will be federal funding.
So I know your budget is separate, standalone, so that's not part of this USDA or whatever, that's not even part of this, the general
No.
budget? Okay.
Yeah, her fund is, her budget is truly standalone. Historically has been self-sufficient. We're still working on this year. Next year, when Amy found out this information, it really helped the outlook of her budget for next year.
And
It's really good.
we still have our fingers crossed, but there's a really good chance that we might break even this year. I mean, or get really close. And with everything considered, I mean, being closed down for weeks at a time because of the snow and the ice, I mean, and everything else, it's not a coincidence. We worked really hard to make that happen, but so next year we're really hoping that we'll do well with this extra funding. And then just also, I mean, as a parent, if my daughter was eating free, I might be a little bit more lenient on some of the money I give her for a la carte items. So we're hoping that maybe some of our a la carte purchases increase as well. Because students will have that. The meal will be free. They'll still pay for extras and things like that, which we do. We do a lot of a la carte purchases at all of our campuses. So we are, we're looking forward to see what that brings us next year.
Your budget's calendar, not school year.
Hers is still so same fiscal year.
Okay. So it's not in the
9/1, but yes, sir. 9/1, August 31.
I mean, right now we're still in the black right now, so we just have August. So we'll have about a week that we have staff here that we're not making revenue that week, but after that, we think that we will break even, which is kind of not short of a miracle for this last year. So back to the price increases. So looking at adult meal prices, we have requirements for our adult meal prices. So the guidance that we were to follow, since we're not, usually we look at the price we're going to charge at the elementary, and that's how we figure out what we'll charge for adult meal prices. We have to add on some reimbursements that we get and some of the USDA commodities per meal that we get. But this year they said we needed to look at what the free regular reimbursement was if we were running regular National School Lunch Program this year. So looking at that, we would have been receiving $3.51 per meal. When we add on the 7 cents, we get extra performance-based reimbursement, and then also the value of USDA's per meal is 37 cents. That comes to $3.95. That's the price that we would have had to charge. I also just charge the same for middle school and high school because that's another meal that we're charging that doesn't get reimbursement. So I feel like it falls under that umbrella of the adult meal price.
Can you just make it $4?
Liz said the same thing to me. I just thought maybe $3.95 stung a little bit less, but I mean, it's still got that $3.99 instead of $4. I could do $4, but I just thought maybe it just stung a little bit less, since really the requirement was truly, about $3.95, and it is based on last year's numbers. Really, I should be basing it on this year's numbers, but we don't have those yet, and we have to, make this decision now. So I said $3.95, but if
parent out there is going to have a steam when they're saying
nickels you're going to go through,
they're feeding their kid for $4, a good meal.
It is, and I mean we'll have brisket this year, which is a first for us to have on the regular cycle menu.
It's easier to have it at $4. You're actually saving money productivity-wise.
Well,
I mean, if I can do 4, I'll do 4.
The change
I'm
alone.
okay with that.
if you're looking at a 10-cent increase now, and you go to $3.95, what if you need to do another 10-cent increase? Then it's like $4 or $5, and that just sounds odd.
$5.
Stop at 4.
Yeah, I'd do 4.
Okay. That's what Liz said. I just
a cushion here.
It's a whopping nickel cushion.
yeah. Okay.
I'll do 4.
flat.
4's good.
If we're okay with 4, I don't know. Is that okay to do 4?
Yeah, we can make an amendment.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Just got another
Further questions or recommendations? Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10G with the amended lunch price to $4 even for middle school, high school, and adults.
So moved.
All right. Mr. Williams, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 10A.
10A. I'm going to throw it out there now. I will be out of town. Action item 10A.
We need,
Oh, apparently I do
Cancel,
too.
baby.
we need a delegate for the,
I did it last
TASB
time.
delegate assembly.
I did it the year before.
I have to be there anyway, so I'll take one of the spots.
Oh,
Ooh, that's right.
Just remember, I volunteered. That gets me like a
All right.
2 year.
I did 2 years
Do we
ago.
have an
You're thinking we go the
alternate?
next 2 years, though.
Sat for the
An
three
alternate would be
delegates.
Mr. Hawksworth can't actually attend.
What?
All right. Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve Mr. Hawksworth as the TASB delegate for Argyle ISD, with Mr. Williams as the alternate delegate.
I will enthusiastically make that motion.
All right, Mr. Deffenbaugh, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Enthusiastically.
Dr. Bitter, second. No need for further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's unanimous. Thank you.
And we had
I
a
appreciate y'all
request to
volunteering.
endorse Corinne Boyd French as a candidate for a new position on the TASB Board of Directors, and the board's had an opportunity to review her resume.
Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions?
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10B as presented.
So moved.
All right, Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
We have had a request already to rent the Argyle High School auditorium, and I'm sure that we will continue to have other requests to rent the auditorium, because it will be a facility seating 850 individuals, and it is brand new. So, I acquired research from surrounding districts on the cost of renting a large auditorium, and it came out to an average of $155 an hour. That was using Keller, Denton, Louisville, Northwest. So this is a brand new auditorium, very large, very nice facility with great seating, and my recommendation to you is to charge $175 an hour with a 4-hour minimum. That would be $700 for the 4 hours. And also we will continue to require a monitor, which is what we're doing at the 713 seat auditorium at the middle school.
Steel.
Yeah, I think that's.
It is, it's a
I think that's like a $3.95 lunch. You can up it a little bit. So.
How historically, how
Maybe
do
we should serve them lunch.
the
Yeah.
renters care for the facility? I mean,
What's
as
what's
far as-
depreciation on the?
The one that we,
damages or-
the long-term renter that we have at, the middle school, at the 377 campus, has been, very, very good and very, very conscientious about the facility. Anytime there was anything that went awry, they very quickly made amends and corrected it.
Do we ever have
We-
a contract with them that states that if there's any major
Yes,
damage?
yes, the contract does state that.
Okay.
Now, we have had some situations renting the auditorium at 377 where we had dance groups and things like that, and things were not always as well cared for with the outside rentals as they have been by the church that we have there now. It's
And
just
the churches want to keep it. Right,
we're
so they're
just
gonna take
not,
care of it.
you know, it's brand new, we don't even have it finished yet. It's just difficult, we can't rent this to, I do understand that we want to engage the community and that the community is the reason that we have the facility because of the bond, and so we need to respect that. But until we get this finished and until we've had time to kind of see, the functionality of it, we can't put anyone in there yet. But that'll bring us to D, but first I'd just like to set that rental fee on C.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item 10C as presented.
So moved.
Dr. McDade, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Williams, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
So that brings us to D, which is the first rental that we've had requested by Argyle Community Church. We can't rent it to them yet. In the meantime, they want to use the cafeteria and the choir room, which we can do, while they're waiting for the auditorium to be completed. They are having to vacate the space that they're using sooner than they anticipated, and that's why they want to go ahead with the cafeteria and with the choir room. So I'm recommending to you and asking for your approval of having Argyle Community Church be the first renter in the auditorium when we begin renting. When it's finished and we've had an opportunity to evaluate the lighting and the seating and make sure everything is right. We don't want to rush getting in there before the facility's ready.
But they would be in the cafeteria before this.
Correct, and the choir room, the cafeteria and the choir room.
At this rate?
No, we have a rental schedule for the cafeteria 75 and for the choir room 60 an hour. So they would be paying the
135.
75 and the 60 until this is ready.
Just for clarification, they cannot use the equipment, correct?
Without someone there, yes. And they also have to have a monitor for the facility monitor and equipment.
Which is in addition to this cost.
Right.
And the monitor's job specifically is?
The monitor makes sure that the building's open, that the building's locked up, that the building's taken care of while they're there at the 377. That particular church, the Well, has had some members that were also district employees that have done that.
Okay. Thank you.
At one point, Mrs. Pancake was the monitor, and then more recently, Coach Perkins, Russell Perkins, was the monitor.
Okay.
All right. I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10D as presented.
I'm gonna abstain, Mr. Slayton.
All right, Mr. Hawksworth abstains.
I will make the motion.
All right, Mr. Duffenbaugh, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Williams, second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that is 5-0 with Mr. Hawksworth abstaining.
She's back.
I'm back.
For the rest of the meeting, right?
Nope, just this one.
You don't get the next one?
I don't have the next one. Just the, so every year, we're required to have a public hearing, again, for the setting of the, approving the budget and setting the tax rate. The past several years, we've included that meeting with our regular August meeting rather than having another meeting later in August, because we are prepared at that meeting to go ahead and ask for the budget approval on setting the tax rate. So we'd like to continue that. I believe our board meeting is on Tuesday, August 17th at 7 o'clock, due to the first day of school being the 16th. And so I'm asking for permission to set that date and time, because that is a requirement for you to approve that, and then we can include that on our notice when we publish it in the paper.
All right. I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10E as presented.
You got it.
Dr. Bitter, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hawksworth, second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
So
Thank you.
is the hidden note in there that the August board meeting's on Tuesday, not Monday?
Yes.
Well, I
Well,
looked at our
it-
published
it's
schedule of
always been that
meetings,
way.
and it had Tuesday the 17th on it, so I
Okay.
picked that up.
We moved it intentionally, remember, because you didn't want to have the meeting on the first
I
day of
didn't
school.
want. Wow.
You collectively.
It was on the published list
you
of
as a
meetings.
I can
body-
guarantee he doesn't remember.
You as a body corporate didn't want to have it on
I
Monday.
got it. All right, it's official.
Shut it down.
Okay, next action item. Action item F. This is the supplemental pay schedule. These are the stipends. And this is a massive paradigm shift. This takes what we've been doing in athletics where we had like a head
Other
coach's
way, Craig.
salary and a number of days. It's 10F. And changes it to a more equitable arrangement, and we've looked at, and Coach Rogers looked at countless districts and the way that they were doing this. And this is more of an equitable arrangement in that it takes each sport that the coach is coaching and pays them accordingly, and it takes the days away. They still work those extra days, and they work in some weeks in the fall in particular. To say that they work 80 hours would not be an exaggeration. They really do work that kind of time. And many of them will attend games on Thursday night for JV and then games on Friday night again for varsity. So this is the shift that takes it to payment by specific sport and removes the days. Now that's what happens in athletics at the high school. Now if you move down, fine arts really hasn't been changed and cheer. But if you keep rolling, when you get to middle school athletics, all of that's been put into place. And then if you keep rolling down to the piece about the game duties and the extra coaching duties, we had that in place on the game duties, but we changed it around to where we would see the piece that is just the kinds of support services that you need to host a game, and then the actual coaching duties. So we've got it split apart where you can just see it. Extra coaching duties, those are things a coach might do or an athletic person might do. The game duties would not be a coach necessarily, but they would be a person executing those support duties for the game. And extra coaching duties, you can see there include a lot of things, like the coach driving the bus or a weight room assistant and so on. So I'm recommending this change in the stipend schedule. This is the biggest change that we've had in years in the stipend schedule. As far as does it change the amount of money they get? No, not very much. There were about 4 of them that would get less, and so we're recommending grandfathering them to get as much as they got previously.
So Coach Rogers came up with these numbers and thinks they're equitable.
Well, he didn't really come up with them. He got an analysis of all of the area districts, and so he didn't just create the numbers. He came up with the numbers based on comparative analysis.
So the reason I was not questioning, but just trying to understand, so like the golf head coach getting paid more than a basketball head coach is because they're doing boys and girls? So
Well,
they're kind of
no.
doing double duty?
No, it's because they're doing fall and spring.
Okay.
So it's like 6,000 in the fall, 6,000 in the
Gotcha.
spring. But they're not doing both. We've got a head girls golf coach and a head boys golf coach. And
Okay, so it's
I
more
just
about the
put-
seasons. And so the
Right.
strength and conditioning coach is basically all year round.
Correct.
So that's why they're gonna, okay.
But the B/G, that just means golf head boys and golf
Okay.
head girls.
Okay.
We had that on separate lines at first, and it was just too expansive and extensive, so I condensed it into B/G.
What
And
does
I
it
put
do to the
boys,
overall?
I put boys and girls wrestling on there too, in case we had a girl wrestler.
What does it do to the overall budget for this?
It didn't change it very much, the overall budget. There were 4 of them that were under what they'd been getting, and we grandfathered
Right,
them.
I got that, but what about over? The rest of them are neutral, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was a
What did
small
I do it?
impact, but it was a
Minimal.
small impact to the budget.
No, it wasn't very significant at all.
So the point of doing it was just,
More equity. The point of doing it was to achieve a more equitable arrangement. Like, for example, baseball's a good example. The head baseball coach had been getting $8,000 plus days, and now, but he was also coaching football. Now he gets paid for baseball separately from football. So he gets the football plus the baseball because of doing 2 coaching seasons.
So the days,
Same thing
the
like
days must
with
equate
your-
to what he's getting for football.
yeah, so it may affect individuals one way or the other, but it's not affecting the district.
Correct, not
Right.
the budget, not the overall budget. Like you might have a volleyball coach, for example, head volleyball coach, then might turn around and also do track and field in the spring.
Yeah.
It's strictly intended as a tool to establish an equitable compensation package for coaching duties, for athletic duties.
Are there any other
And
questions?
we've been over this line by line, Coach Rogers and I, and he checked it and everything. We're confident in it.
Okay.
Alright, I'm going to abstain.
One sport.
I'm going to abstain from this action item. Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve action item 10F as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Hawksworth, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. McDade, second. Any further questions, discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Alright, the motion passes 4-0 with Williams and Slayton abstaining. The time is 10:14 p.m. We are adjourned.